The setting is Saxony in Germany and the city of Leipzig, the 2025 Artistic Gymnastics European Championships. Regrettably, it is all about to conclude. The last day of competition. It's been a wonderful competition in a wonderful arena in front of wonderful fans. 6,000 of them each day packing this arena. Part of a wider festival of gymnastics. There will be an enormous gala in a stadium today. And we're going to have our own scenes of celebration as we bring you 5 medal events, the last 5 medal events of these championships. This is what's coming up: the men's vault final, the women's balance beam final, the men's parallel bars final, the women's floor final, and the men's horizontal bar final to conclude our coverage from Germany. Well over 500,000 people live in the city of Leipzig. Most of them are absolutely mad about gymnastics. It is something of a national sport in Germany. And the athletes of Europe have been so well looked after in this wonderful place. They thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere, and we've thoroughly enjoyed having your company as well, wherever it is that you're watching from, whether you're watching from within Europe or from further afield. You too are part of this great sporting occasion, the Artistic Gymnastics European Championships of 2025. And what is the story so far? Well, we've had 11 gold medals, 1 in 10 medal events. How's that possible, I hear you ask? I'll clarify in just a moment. I can tell you that Great Britain have won 2, Germany have won 2, Italy have won 2, Turkey have won 2. We've also had gold medals won by Armenia, Belgium and Greece. The reason for the extra gold medal is that Turkey and Greece shared the men's rings title. And we've also had, for the first time ever, the mixed team title. All of that brings us to where we are now, the last 5 finals, and let's start with the explosivity of men's vault. Congratulations to everyone who's made it into the final. Let's have a look at your runners and riders. Great place to begin. Nazar Cheperny of Ukraine, bronze medalist at the World Championships in 2023. And the gymnast who won bronze in this competition last year. Now to Jake Jarman of Great Britain, who was 2 places higher than Cheperny as the top qualifier. The last 3 podiums have all been Great Britain and Armenia taking gold and silver in different combinations, and Ukraine taking bronze. And there is an Armenian, the great Armenian vaulter, Artur Davtyan, second best in qualification, as we enjoy another Jarman-Davtyan showdown. But who else can push their way into contention? What about Yad Ramsahai of the Netherlands? 7th best in qualification. He's 22, and this is a big moment for him. First ever European Championship final. Now, Vitos Kyriakou of Cyprus, 26. He's a very experienced gymnast. He's been a World Cup medalist on vault. There's another British contender, and what a contender. Bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Paris. Harry Hepworth was the 4th best in qualification. The Northern European champion on vault is Sebastian Spunevik of Norway. He was the 6th best in qualification here. He's been a World Cup medalist this season. And we'll finish with the Tiger, Nicola Bartolini of Italy, looking to become the first Italian medalist in the men's competition on vault since Rocco Amboni in 1981. The finalists in the men's vault competition. The top performer in qualification, Jake Jarman of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It's going to be very interesting because the first 3 are all the top 3 in qualifying. So once we've gone through those first 3, we might have a very clear idea of the podium. We might also have a very clear idea of whether anyone else has a realistic chance of pushing their way into contention, like Harry Hepworth, the Olympic bronze medalist on vault. Welcome, one and all. My name's Olly Hogben, and I am honoured to be joined, as ever, by Blythe Lawrence. Blythe, it's the last day.
And there is just something about the last day. It's a day to go for broke, to leave everything that you have on the competition floor. So one of the things we're going to be looking out for are upgrades sprinkled throughout today's routines. Even in the warm-ups in the arena, several of the gymnasts were seeing fine-tuning skills that we haven't seen yet this week. So we're almost certainly going to see some more daring exercises, and that could mean changes to the rankings compared to the qualification round.
25 meters, the gymnast sprints towards the vaulting table, which
it's always a highlight at European Championship level, the men's vault competition, because we really do have some of the absolute best in the world in this final, and a lot of it centres around what is becoming, frankly, the perennial Jarman-Davtyan contest. It's almost, one thinks about the way that big boxing matches are presented, or mixed martial arts fights. They do, you know, so-and-so versus so-and-so, and then put the number of which meeting it is. I'm not sure which meeting it is between Jarman and Davtyan. So many times have they met, including in World Championship finals, including in World Cup finals, and many European Championship finals. But it does feel like it's one of the big head-to-heads in world gymnastics.
Completely. Vault all about power and precision, the daring, and both of them are extraordinarily daring in what they do in different ways. One thing that could be key is how well they are able to control their landings.
What we always have that's so interesting with Jarman and Davtyan is that we know that Jake Jarman takes an extra 4/10 of difficulty into his competition over Artur Davtyan, and we know that generally speaking Artur Davtyan takes several tenths of execution higher into his competition, and it leads to them usually being virtually inseparable.
And often it is the landing that makes the difference. Jarman can stick his first vault, the incredibly difficult Yonakura, Kasamatsu with 2.5 twists, but more often Davtyan demonstrates that he is the master of the stick.
And an interesting bit of texture to throw in there is that Davtyan has had a few little issues this season in some of his World Cup competitions with the stability of that Dragulescu. They're very minor issues, but by his own estimable standards, they're noticeable. Now, the gentleman we can't forget about in all of this is Nazar Cheperny, who is going to be the first to go. He absolutely, Blythe, has the capacity to win it.
And if one of the other big two in this final falters a bit, we might see Cheperny, who is quite consistent, step in and take the title. It's not out of the question.
Oh, and by the way, Harry Hepworth, the Olympic bronze medalist, is coming later on too.
We certainly cannot forget about him either.
The British are, I think, quite unashamedly aiming for a gold and a silver. They believe they've got the capacity for a 1-2, and who would argue with them? We've got to consider the peloton as well. There are gymnasts who might come from elsewhere. I think Sebastian Spunovic, at the moment, maybe doesn't quite have the tenths of difficulty, but he certainly has the beauty of his vaulting, and he certainly has time on his side to develop that. We'll see what he can produce. Let us embark on one of the high points, quite literally, of any gymnastics competition. It's the men's vault final. Great place to start. The last three podia have been Great Britain and Armenia taking gold and silver, alternating, and Ukraine taking bronze. And it was him personally who did it in 2024. This is Nazar Cheperny, the third strongest in qualification and one of the best vaulters in the world. His qualification score, 14.466, the average. Yeah, well, that's how to start a vault final.
Very nicely done by Nazar Cheperny. This is the Dragulescu. We are going to see this quite a few times in this final. And what a good way for him to get going.
I believe that's what you call a statement as a first vault.
Clearly, he is in this competition. And potentially in it to win it. Vault happens so quickly that it can be hard to evaluate everything that goes on. Fortunately, we have the replays to help us. The most positive thing about this vault, other than the landing, is the height and power that he gets.
One of the things that we should all watch out for in a Dragulescu vault is the chest height of the gymnasts as they land, because coming out of the tucked body position, it can be so hard to get the chest up. And he is quite strong. The body is not hugely piked.
You stand yourself in quite good stead if you are able to do the half twist while your body is still at the height or above the height of the table. And you see he manages it easily.
Does make a little adjustment on his landing, which will carry some deductions. That first vault in qualifying scored 14.233. 9.133 for execution. It's going to be most intriguing to see what sort of number he produces here. Oh, now then, 14.5. So that represents a gain of around a quarter of a mark for Ciappurni. If this second vault is as good as qualification, then he'll be well up from his preliminary round performance. He scored 14.7 for this in the qualifying campaign. The execution was beautiful. Good luck to him. He started so well.
This is a very different vault, the Kasamatsu.
Oh, outrageous! You could look at the gold medalist right now.
That was phenomenal. Perhaps the best he has ever done it in a European final.
We've talked a lot about Jarman and Davtyan, and Ciappurni has just come right in, bulldozed his way to the front of the pack and said, stop talking about them, talk about me.
This is a Kasamatsu with a double twist. That means there's a quarter turn onto the table, and then he wraps up into this beautiful twist. And of course, absolutely no deductions on the landing. He's been flirting with a landing like that for so long. How nice to see him bring it out and get it done here. And also, the body position in the air is gorgeous. The defined layout position, not much crossing of the feet or ankles. The legs extended, the toes pointed, everything you could want in a vault.
There is really not a lot to remove from his execution score. It's minuscule, isn't it? Tiny deviations from ideal form.
And in this final, the stick bonus, which is a new thing for men's gymnastics, is in effect. So we might see that he has an extra 10th added to his score because he didn't move his feet on landing.
That is going to be extraordinarily difficult to beat. 14.583. 14.666 for the second vault. A few hundreds down from qualification, but overall, Ciappurni is up. And I can tell you now that that score that he's just produced is better than anything we saw from anyone in qualification, including this gentleman, who is the reigning champion of the world and of Europe. It's Jake Jarman. He will have more difficulty than anyone else in this final, and the opening vault is a big indicator. Oh, my word! Challenge laid down, challenge accepted. What a final. Jake Jarman, welcome.
It's a vault that leaves one speechless. He can't even believe it himself.
There's almost a disconnected look about him, as though he's staring back and going, do you know, some chap has just done an amazing vault. I don't know who it was.
This is known as the Yonakura for the Japanese gentleman that pioneered this less than a decade ago. It is the kasamatsu onto the table and then 3.5 twists off. He is essentially twisting until his feet hit the ground. But what perfect timing. He's always been able to spin like a top, Jake Jarman, and he puts it to great effect in this vault. What mastery. Again, you see the legs together, the feet pointed, the layout position. It's ideal. And the twist is superbly beautiful. But the landing, oh, the landing.
Just looking at it, it's clear how much rotation has to be packed into that vault, how little time one has to do it when there's that extra half twist of the body compared to what we see most gymnasts do internationally. This is a 5.6 degree of difficulty vault compared to the 5.2s that we've just seen from Nazar Chepurny. Now, his execution score in qualifying was 9.166. That is a lot better, and he does get the bonus as well. Crikey, 15.2. That is an enormous number. And that bonus that Blythe Lawrence alluded to for sticking the vault, for no movement of the feet upon landing, applied to Jarman's display. He's now poised to grab hold of this final and this gold medal with both hands. What about vault 2?
Superb.
And that is his easier vault. Let's just remind ourselves, that is an opening vault for most.
It is, but you know, this has actually been his weaker vault compared to the first one that he does for the last several years, and he's made palpable improvement on it. It used to be the landing was a bit iffy, but not anymore.
Now, certainly from a landing point of view, that's where there are some palpable deductions to be taken on this Dragulescu. Let's have a look at it in more detail.
Certainly. It's very good in the air. He gets such good block off the table. Plenty of time to do the half twist, again, his body over the horse. But the landing, you're absolutely right. It's a clear step back, and a step back that looked like it was about the width of his shoulders. So to the judges' discretion, they might take 0.2, maybe 0.3 of a point, maybe a little more than that. But still, when you consider the difficulty cushion that he has, well, it wouldn't be a surprise at all to see Jake Jarman in the lead after this.
Lovely sense of respect between the two of them, Chepurny and Jarman. Jarman leads 14.733. He gets a 14.266 for the second vault. The execution was about half a mark lower than the first vault for the reasons that Blythe articulated about the landing. It gives now Artur Davtyan a lot to do, but he too has room to improve upon his score, because in qualification he picked up a 14.516, but the execution of his first vault was 9.2. By his standards, that is a very low number. He has one of the most beautiful Dragulescu vaults the world's ever seen. Yes, there it is.
Oh, wow.
How exquisite was that? That's balletic.
It is a piece of vaulting art. And if he is to win this title, he has got to win it on execution. His two vaults are both difficult, but not the difficulty that we saw from Jake Jarman. So he needs to be flawless, and he's halfway there.
Davtyan doesn't just pick up great marks on the landing, it's in the air.
Yes, the tuck position is superb. The open out is very beautiful, and the landing, once again, Well, you run out of superlatives, but it's outrageously good.
You're right about running out of superlatives. We've been seeing him do this for years and years and years, and he seems to actually be getting better as a vaulter. This is somebody who, after all, has won 2 Olympic medals on vault, bronze in Tokyo and then the silver in Paris. He wants the full set of colours. He's aiming for Los Angeles. It is the Armenian style to be very execution focused.
And he's been doing these 2 vaults for quite a long time now.
14.766. Now that is lower than Jake Jarman's first vault by not quite half a mark. However, he has the opportunity with this second vault to score more strongly than the British gymnast. So I think it is safe to say that he's in line to be very close to Jarman or to go beyond him. My word, what drama. It's another stunner from Arta Davtyan. This is one of the best starts to a vault final that we have ever seen at the European Championships. That could be the beginning of an Olympic vault final, frankly.
Oh, yes, indeed. He may well have had the feeling that in order to get near Jake Jarman, he needed a nearly perfect second vault, and that's exactly what we got. Gymnasts have to do vaults from different families. Essentially, that means that coming onto the table and coming off the table, there have to be different things done. This is a handspring front 2.5 twist. And what tenacity, because he really hung on for the stick. The chest was a bit low on landing. The judges will take a small deduction for that. But goodness, you don't argue with the body position in the air, with the twist, with the open out. It's just that little compression at the end. But a stick is a stick, and this was gorgeous.
He does very well, drops into what one might call almost the ski jumping position at the end, where he's got to stabilize that stuck landing, and he does it brilliantly. And as Blythe said, there certainly will be a little to be removed from his score for the very hiked position of the landing, but it's going to surely put him right up there with Jarman. Has he done enough to lead? He's got him this time! He's got him this time! 14.799, a 14.833 for vault number 2, and by not quite 0.07 of a mark, Arta Davtyan leads Jake Jarman. By the way, we've still got 5 to go. Now this is Yas Ramsahai of the Netherlands, the 7th best in qualification. He does really well to come back up out of that roche landing that was a little on the low side. Good athleticism from the young man from Amsterdam.
It's a very competent opening vault from Yas Ramsahai. This we haven't seen yet. Handspring with a double front in the tuck position. Lands going forward. And that means that he's not able to see the mat before that landing, so it's what they call a blind landing. And he just glides in and does a good job of hanging on to the tuck position, maybe a little longer than he would have liked, but it was exactly what he needed to get it to his feet.
What is interesting, just for difficulty context, is that this is the lowest scoring vault we've seen so far. It's a 4.8 difficulty score, 4/10 lower than the counterpart vault, the Dragulescu, where the gymnast moves the body around 180 degrees and faces the vaulting table, and we've seen some Dragulescus already.
The landing is quite low, and every time the hips drop below the knees, the judges can take half a mark deduction.
First ever European Championship final for this gentleman. 13.566, and indeed the execution score, 8.766, indicative of that issue of the lowness of the landing. But what a task facing him to follow those three gentlemen, the first three in qualification. Ambitious, good effort.
Very ambitious. That too, a vault we haven't seen yet, the Sukahara with the double pike coming off the table.
It's a massive accomplishment to get into a European Championship vault final. Just look at how strong the first three competitors have been. If you can be in their company, if you can be in the top 8 in this continent, you've already accomplished something that very few will ever get to do.
And with these vaults, he has proven that he can hang with the best. Even if it doesn't all come together today, it's a brilliant debut for him.
When you consider that 3 years ago in his debut European Championships, he was outside the top 50 on floor and outside the top 100 in his other two apparatus, that's not a bad bit of progress in 3 years to be the 7th best on the continent in vaulting qualification.
And there's such pressure when you make a final too. Here he actually hangs on to the pike position a bit too long, and you see how far back his hips are. You can't arrest that momentum.
And as I'm sure many of you know, a full mark will be removed from his score for the unstabilized landing resulting in a fall. Key thing is that he got the feet down first. The vault will score 0 if a gymnast doesn't actually manage to get the feet as the principal point of contact, the first point of contact. 13.349 is the average score, so he's in 4th position at halfway stage. Hope to see a lot more of him in European finals. Good accomplishment. Nazar Ciperni's on the phone. Busy right now, I'll call you back. Artur Davtyan ahead of Jake Jarman, ahead of Nazar Ciperni. It is going to be incredibly difficult for anyone to actually break into that top 3, but there is certainly one more gymnast with the difficulty to do it, and that is the vault bronze medalist from the Olympic Games, Great Britain's Harry Hepworth. Will certainly get grace and beauty at the vaulting table whenever Nicola Bartolini is around. His difficulty, we imagine, will be 4.8 and 4.8. I just remind you, Jake Jarman 5.6 and 5.2, and then Davtyan and Ciperni 5.2 and 5.2. For the first gymnast to go, the experienced Cypriot, Neophytos Kyriakou, his difficulty the lowest of all of the qualifiers, which is evidence of how well he performed the vaults in order to get him with that difficulty disadvantage. Neophytos Kyriakou from Cyprus, from the beautiful city of Nicosia, a graduate of the University of Cyprus. It's his 5th European Championships and the first time that he has participated in a final. He was at the Championships last year, but wasn't in the Cypriot team that finished 7th. He was there as an individual. So this is a big moment for him, and we wish him really good fortune. And that will do in the world of good to get a stable first vault produced.
This is a Kasamatsu with 1.5 twists.
This a 4.8 difficulty vault.
So full twist less than what we saw from Jake Jarman. It's fairly good in the air. It is slightly under-rotated as he comes down for the landing, and that necessitates the movement as his feet hit the mat. On vault, the intended body position has to be shown in a distinct and unmistakable manner. No problem on the layout. Just, yes, lacking a bit of power. The twist is efficient. The legs look a little bent at times in the second flight. And of course, there is that deep landing too. So small details to be fine-tuned.
13.7. It is a drop from qualification of about a third of a mark. A little more, actually. Closer to half a mark. He has competed at the Commonwealth Games. He's also competed at a couple of World Championships. He was in the top 20 on vault at the last World Championships. Here's his second vault.
And that is a double twisting Yurchenko, the first one that we've seen in this final.
That's a 4.4 degree of difficulty vault. We anticipate that being the, in inverted commas, easiest vault produced in this final. I say easiest because it's nonsense to call it easy, but a very graceful looking vault.
Every single one of these vaults is quite complex. And this one even more so because it is the round-off entry. He looks quite high on the table as he comes in. Doesn't really get the absorption through the shoulders that you can often use the apparatus to get a bit of advantage of in getting up in the air. And that affects the second flight of the vault. The first flight is what happens between the springboard and the table here. And you see how high a back handspring it is. It doesn't give him much bounce up into the air for the second part. Now, there's a touch, but there's not a distinct lift off the table, and that's another thing the judges are watching for.
An interesting feature of those round-off vaults is the safety collar that is around the springboard. That's another way that rather obscurely a gymnast could pick up a 0 score, as if they did one of those round-off vaults without the safety collar there. Very unusual to see it happen. 13.55. He's in fourth position. And that already, for Kyriakou, is an improvement on qualification because he was the 8th best in the preliminary round. This is Harry Hepworth of Great Britain, the bronze medalist at the Olympiad in Paris, 4th best qualifier. Very powerful opening vault. Here's Dragulescu. Does have a landing adjustment, but it was explosive in the air.
He is magnificent in terms of the power. He's going to be doing the same 2 vaults that we saw from Arthur Davtyan, so we're going to have a like-for-like comparison. Such an aggressive entry into the vault. And the distance that he gets, in addition to the height, is really impressive. The difference, of course, comes on the landing. Whereas Davtyan stuck his, Harry Hepworth is going to take a deduction of, again, 2 or 3/10 of a point, but also no stick bonus.
Amazingly, considering that he is an Olympic medalist on vault, he's actually yet to win European Championship honours on the apparatus, although he did have a particularly fine floor competition yesterday, taking the silver medal behind Luke Whitehouse. 14.2, so the execution 9 exactly, and we addressed that by looking at the nature of his landing. It was largely where those deductions will have come from. Let's look at vault number 2. Another very powerful and impressive bit of vaulting. It may be that Harry Hepworth finds himself just behind the top 3 due to the landings, but in terms of the power and the execution, very strong.
He's one of the very best in the world when it comes to launching himself off the table. The physics of this vault, both of them really, are phenomenal. Look at the height that he gets. And he's so early in finishing the twist. Seen from this angle, the layout well-defined, almost all the way through. Just at the very end, there's a slight hike in the body as well.
So in essence, a couple of things that we're looking at from a landing point of view, the small backwards hop and the slightly piked body position, but that juxtaposed with the clarity of the vault in flight. Very interesting. And the judges have so little time to assess it. I mean, we get to look at it again and again and again, and they do not. Very close, 14.35 the average score, 14.5 for the second vault. So that has him just behind Nazar Chepurny, Davtyan, Jarman, Chepurny, Davtyan the only one secure of a medal. Here's an exciting youngster, Sebastian Spunovic. He's the youngest in this vault final, 20-year-old. He's promising, isn't he?
Oh, it's a beautiful Dragulescu. He's been so consistent with this vault as well over the past few years. Great to see him in a big European final.
He was the silver medalist at the Junior Championships of Europe in Munich 3 years ago.
The Norwegians have been so impressive here. Loads of power. It's just slightly offline in the half twist. Necessitates not just the step back, but also the step back and over the tram line. There will be a penalty of 1/10 of a point because he put 1 foot over the line. And he's been landing them like this or better all week. In the all-around final, he came very close to sticking this.
You're absolutely right about the Norwegians, Blythe. They have brought a very good squad here. Their team won the Northern European title last year. He was the champion in the Northern European competition in Dublin on vault as well. He was also the all-around silver medalist, so he's very much their trendsetter, their standard bearer at the moment. And he has been, on a couple of occasions, a World Cup medalist on vault. It's very difficult to be a men's vault medalist in World Cup competition, so strong is the field. At the moment, his second vault is probably, as the score 14.133 comes in, his second vault probably 4/10 lower at this stage than it needs to be in order to be really competitive on the continental stage. But time is on his side to produce the extra 4/10. Better that he does a lower difficulty vault safely. And that's what he's done.
That's a very nice work in progress, and that's clearly what it is.
When you see that vault, Blythe, you can see the extra half twist of the body waiting to happen to turn that into the double Kasamatsu.
You really can. And he's got the 1.5 twist down. Just as powerful twisting as he is flipping. The height is there, the efficiency is there. He clearly knows where he is in the air. It's a very good landing.
And now the time perhaps will come to tidy up little features of the vault, perhaps the feet, getting them a little more balletic.
His toes certainly could be more pointed. And even though vault happens very quickly, it's one of the things that's quite palpable if you're judging. slight leg separation in one of the earlier phases of the vault as well. But slight. These are such small things, and this is such a big stage. There's a lot of pressure. He handled it well.
What a great young gymnast. One to nurture in the Norwegian squad. I suspect we're going to see a lot more of him in international vaulting finals. Fifth place, 14.033. He will at least match his qualification ranking, and that's a great display from Sebastian Spunebig. So we finish with the Italian tiger, Nicola Bartolini. He's been a Mediterranean Games silver medalist on vault. He's been a world champion on floor. He was the 5th best in qualification. The last Italian medalist on vault at the European Championships for men was Rocco Amboni in 1981. Oh, well done.
Oh, it's beautiful in the air, as it always is from Nicola Bartolini. There are a few small issues on the landing, but for a man who just a few weeks ago did not think that he was going to be competing at the European Championship, to come into a vault final and perform like this is really quite incredible. Let's just enjoy the beauty of his body line in the air. He's got the toe point, he's got the layout. His arms and feet are together. His ankles don't cross the way that you see with some in the twist. The only place where you can critique this vault is on the landing. We'll be able to take a look at it in just a second. Notice the deep squat again, the hips going below the knees. So a 1/2 tenth is likely to be deducted from the execution score. Half a point even, excuse me.
13.866. It is indeed around about half a mark. It's 4/10 or so lower than qualification, for the reasons articulated by Blythe Lawrence. Let's go to vault number 2. This we expect to be another 4.8 degree of difficulty. Regrettably, just a slight backwards lean, the hand goes down, and that brings to a close this vault final. He's somebody who's really good at taking philosophically when things don't go according to plan. That's an essential skill for any elite athlete.
He is so respected by all of the gymnasts here because there is a very special finesse to everything that he does, even when it doesn't go entirely according to plan. He does make gymnastics look so very beautiful. This is just a block issue and a rotation issue. He doesn't really have the height to make this 2.5 twisting Yurchenko around, and this is the result.
There will be no change to the podium, and there will be more joy for the Armenians, who have had such a fine competition. They're about to get their 2nd gold medal. It's 7th place for Nicola Bartolini, 13.383. And as a result, we can confirm that the champion of Europe is Armenia's Artur Davtyan. He wins it by 100ths, that's all, over Jake Jarman. Fabulous performance. Absolutely sensational quality of execution from Davtyan. And it's almost identical to last year's podium. We've just swapped Jarman and Davtyan around and kept Chapurny in bronze. The classified results in the men's vault competition. The bronze medal won yet again by Nazar Chapurny of Ukraine. Silver on this occasion goes to Jake Jarman of Great Britain, and Armenia's Artur Davtyan wins the gold medal. And that is his second European title on vault and his second in Germany.
Medal ceremony, world final.
Scenes of celebration to come. Let's bring you the ceremony for the men's vault competition. And what a wonderful competition it was. The victory ceremony for the men's vault competition of the Leipzig 2025 European Championships of Artistic Gymnastics.
Auf dem dritten Platz und Gewinner der Bronzemedaille. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Ukraine, Nazar Chapurny.
Nazar Chapurny is the winner of the bronze medal for the second consecutive championships. Congratulations to the World Championship bronze medalist from 2023.
In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Jake Jarman.
From the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Jake Jarman, the silver medalist on this occasion, 2 times a champion of Europe, and giving us another engrossing meeting with Artur Davtyan. They bring the best out of each other.
And European champion 2025, representing Armenia, Artur Davtyan.
The champion of Europe once again in Germany after his gold in Munich 3 years ago is Armenia's Artur Davtyan. The beauty of his vaulting outweighing the higher execution score of the silver medalist Jake Jarman. It's a privilege to watch these 3 gentlemen in vaulting competitions all over the world because they push each other to be better. They require each other to have such high quality to beat them that the standard seems to keep getting better and better. Long may it continue.
Meine Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie bitten,
It's one of those podiums where, frankly, one doesn't really care who wins it because the sport itself is victorious when we have quality like that.
Please rise if you are able.
Now the national
In honor
anthem
of the
of
winner,
Armenia.
The national anthem of Armenia.
And there they are, the medalists in the men's vault competition at the European Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. A second gold medal at these championships for Armenia, after Hamlet Manoukian won the pommel horse competition yesterday. The Armenians will be hosting the 2027 European Championships in their capital city, Yerevan, the Pink City, and they will be tickled pink after their performances at these championships. We've got more to come, stay with us. The gymnasts are backstage, ready to make their way out into this arena in front of 6,000 fans. And this is a high-pressure occasion. Why? Because it's the beam final. The women's balance beam final, and Morganotti Tekrima of France will be the first gymnast to go. She was the third best in qualification. France have won a medal in 3 of the last 4 editions of this event at the European Championships. Anna Barbosu of Romania, representing the most successful nation on beam at the European Championships. If she gets on the podium today, it will be their 45th medal. Sofia Tonelli of Italy. Italy have won a medal in the last 2 beam competitions at the European Championships. Here is the top qualifier, Jennifer Williams of Sweden. 62 years ago, the Swedes won their only medal in this event at the European Championships. It was gold, won by Eva Riedel. Nina Derwal of Belgium. The only medal her nation has won on beam was silver from her in 2018. The reigning champion of Europe, Manila Esposito of Italy, going for her 7th European gold medal. She's still only 18. Barely half a year into her comeback and performing superbly, Denisa Golgota of Romania, the 8th best in qualification. already a medalist on beam at the European Championships. Laurette Charpy of France. She was the 7th best in qualification. We are all set for a dramatic and engrossing balance beam final at the European Championships of 2025. The top performer in qualification, the Swede Jennifer Williams, with a magnificent 14.533. If she gets a medal, it will be Sweden's first for 62 years on this apparatus, and only their second. And we raise a glass right now to Eva Rydell, who is 83 years of age, who won the gold medal for Sweden at the 1963 Championships. Never to be forgotten, a Swedish gymnastics great. This should be a fascinating final, Blythe.
Oh, yes. And as we know, with balance beam, it can be completely unpredictable. This is, of course, a new life final, and so the highest score here wins.
Artistic presentation and flawless execution are central to scoring. If the gymnast
I was
exceeds the
having a conversation just before the start of our coverage today with a very experienced judge who is on the beam panel for today, looking at the difficulty, and the judge said that most of the judges are themselves coaches. So many of them have been high-level competitive gymnasts. And the judge said they feel real pressure themselves. They feel real nerves, a determination to get it right. And the judge said it in a very human way. We coach gymnasts, we know how hard they work. We know how much they put in, how much they give to the sport, how much it matters to them. All we want to do is do it right for them. All we want to do is to give them the best opportunity by fairly and correctly assessing their work.
And we talk so often about the pressure that athletes are under to perform their best, and they are. But the judges, too, do feel a real responsibility to get it right.
Well, it is for a judge a high point in a career to be selected for a major continental competition, to be selected for a World Championships, for an Olympic Games. And they, too, are under pressure to be selected nationally, just like the gymnasts are. They have to be top performers to get here.
The judges are actually evaluated themselves based on the marks that they give. Their performance is paid attention to. Actually, there's a whole analysis process that happens after a large competition like this. And, well, what they do, they are scrutinized too.
So we wish them good luck, as we wish the gymnasts good luck, and we wish you all good luck in keeping your nerves under control, because it's a beam final at the European Championships where nothing dramatic and strange has ever happened before. Only joking. What a lovely gymnast to begin with, Morgane Ossy-Sagrouma. 3rd best in qualification. She's the reigning French champion on beam. It's easy to see why. She has a great style and authority on this apparatus. Unquestionably one of the up-and-coming gymnasts in terms of trajectory. Not up-and-coming in terms of new to the international scene. She's been a senior for many, many years. But the trajectory at the moment for Morgane Ossy-Sagrouma is highly impressive.
Die Französin Morgane Ossy-Sagrouma.
If this is what she is capable of, it could be very successful indeed. This is important right at the beginning. We'll see her acrobatic series. It begins with a round off. And then she launches herself into the air, and that was spectacular. The layout full twist is maybe the most difficult element that is done on balance beam, not just here at the European Championships, but at the World Championships, at the Olympics. This is the first time that she's performed it in such a competition, and, well, she nailed it.
super save.
What fight. One can only imagine what's going through her mind, having gotten through that round-off layout full twist. But then there is the rest of the routine to do.
There are many gymnasts who will say that they are at their most vulnerable after performing the most difficult skill, not during it, but in the 20 seconds after it.
Her dismount should be a double pike. This can be great as well.
It is, with quite a big backward step. That will carry several tenths of deductions, but some complicated work on beam from this gymnast. Beautiful acrobatic elements from Morgane Ossisek of France. And you never know. Get through the first one in a beam final, perform your routine cleanly, sit back and watch, and you might find you're on the podium 7 routines later.
Her difficulty has been bolstered by this element. Let's take another look. Fantastic. And the way that she maintains the layout position all the way through, that was so gutsy.
What is it about it that makes it one of the hardest skills in the world?
The flight and twist. We see a lot of gymnasts doing well-flighted skills like that, but having to pull yourself onto 4 inches of balance beam after executing a full twist while going upside down and maintaining a straight body position. Any gymnast, any day of the week, anywhere in the world, it's so difficult. It's almost hard to conceive of. And yet she does it.
There will be some pronounced deductions for that almost unintentional dismount from the beam that she held on to. Not obviously as much as the full mark she would have sacrificed.
And in a couple of other places as well on the mount. But we'll see.
We are waiting for the score. 5.8, the score from Morgane Ossisek. And the score for Morgane Ossisek.
We wait for the first score to come in. 13.4 for Morgane Ossisek. Execution is down by about 4 tenths from qualification. The difficulty has gone up by a single tenth. Let us go to Anna Barbosu, who has already been on the podium more than once at these championships. 4th best in qualification, representing the greatest nation ever on beam at the European Championships. Oh, what a beginning.
And so often those great beam routines began with that mount. The front somersault in the tuck position. This is going to be a front handspring to front tuck, very difficult. She missed that in the all-around final. But here, terrific. Lovely combination, this, the full turn, and then the switch leap to switch half. Unusual. Good setup for her split leap with full turn. There's a nice variety to the elements that she's selected for this routine.
That's a very secure performance Most impressive from Ana Barbosu of Romania, giving us a little reminder of her nation's historic brilliance on this apparatus. 14 gold, 15 silver, 15 bronze at the European Championships, as she just secured their medal number 45.
It's so interesting to think about Romania's glorious history on the balance beam in the context of this routine. She does so many things that are reminiscent of the great Romanian beam workers of the past, but above all, she just doesn't give away too much in deductions, and that's how the Romanians won all of those titles. But there is also a lovely finesse and a beauty to her work. The composition of the routine is really nice too.
Already bronze medalist in the all-around competition and on the uneven bars. The Olympic bronze medalist on floor from Paris. Might have floored everyone with that display on the beam. She's a fighter as well. That was clear from the all-around competition when she was 8th going into the last rotation and then went to floor. The scene of her Olympic success and produced a performance of enormous quality. That goes into the gold medal position, 13.666. It's almost a 10th higher than the preliminary round. And indeed, as Blythe alluded to, the execution has gone up. Sofia Tonelli. Now, difficulty-wise, she was a little lower than these first two gymnasts, but it was so cleanly performed in qualification.
And if you are to add in an upgrade, there's no place like an apparatus final to do it. Slightly nervous end to her acrobatic series, however, but she spares herself a major deduction. Very nice Cossack spin. She's really settled into this exercise in the second half.
That's a beauty of a dismount, one of the best that we'll see in the final. Great recovery from Sofia Tonelli because she had an awkward moment in the early stages of the routine. And you could feel the stature of this 17-year-old debutant at the European Championships growing as she went through. Really well done.
She definitely appeared slightly nervous in the opening moments. And of course, who wouldn't be? It's beam in a European final.
In front of about 6,000 people.
All watching you. But she controlled her nerves. When there was a little problem, she was able to pull things right back onto the beam. By the time she got to this point in the routine, she was fully in control.
Safe to say, Blythe, that this is a routine of small moments like that, small deductions here and there, rather than one major moment.
Very clearly. And there were only 2 or 3 places where those small deductions happened, but beam just leaves you no room for error, and so they are evident. The dismount, though, was amazing. Very good, that. 13.633. And
That is the best execution score that we've seen so far. Sofia Tonelli in the silver medal position.
Is representing Sweden.
Now we go to the top performer in qualification. Jennifer Williams of Sweden. 14.533 in the preliminary round.
It was extraordinary right from the beginning. She's one of the very few in the world to do a round-off layout to 2 feet mount. There are two very important combinations for her in this exercise coming up. Here's the first.
It's such a complicated routine.
Oh, it is.
Her difficulty score in qualifying was 6.4, and that was a full half mark higher than anyone else.
And not only has she got loads of difficulty, like that triple Cossack spin to Mitchell. How beautiful was that? But she does lots of things in combination. The acrobatic series that she came off on, she actually was supposed to do a second layout step out. So 3 flighted elements without your hands touching the beam. And there was a beautiful leap series right after that. This too. 3 difficult elements in a row. That gets her bonus for difficulty because she connects them all. It's not her day today, but there is no question that this is one of the best routines in the world.
If you are going to be hugely ambitious, you will sometimes have moments like this. But this is a gymnast who is only 19, who is trying to refine a beam routine, not just to be competitive, but to be the best on the planet. As a result, it is to be expected that it will need ironing out every now and then.
Well, there's risk and reward on balance beam, and if you don't take the risk, you don't get the reward. It's just sometimes the risk doesn't work out because it's risk.
And I think what you said, Blythe, is something we should all keep in mind, that regardless of its success today, it remains compositionally one of the greatest beam routines in the world, and we know that she can do it because she did it in qualification. So it's not as though this is an untested thing. It's not as though this is a hypothetical. It is a 14.5 beam routine. It wasn't today, but there will be other days.
Yes, exactly.
And you have to respect any athlete who gives it everything. She's one of the most popular gymnasts in the world, especially among the really knowledgeable even fan base who watches all of the World Cup competitions, who's been following junior events for years. You know who you are. You know why you love watching Jennifer Williams so much. She's going to go to the United States of America for her university studies. Intending to enroll next year. The leader so far is Anna Barbosu, then Sofia Tonelli, then Morgane Osisek. We still have 4 to go. 12.533. Jennifer Williams, unfortunately, 2 full marks down from qualification for obvious reasons. So the leaderboard does not change. This is most interesting. Nina Derwal of Belgium, 6th best in qualification. She won a silver medal in 2018. She also won the bars title yesterday. But Blythe, we think there could be a more complicated story to develop here, potentially.
She has different variations of this balance beam routine, and it wouldn't be a huge surprise to see her do more difficulty than she showed in qualification. Round off layout, step out mount. Lovely. Side aerial back handspring. Not the most difficult of acrobatic series, but she performed it seamlessly. That is something that is a bit different. The ring jump, she's doing it to try to bolster her difficulty. And here, this could be more difficult than in qualification as well. Let's see how many she does. She did aim to add the triple Cossack turn, which would give her an extra 10th. But what a competitive spirit.
That was the work of a seasoned performer and a seasoned competitor. There are some gymnasts out there who like to be up against the best. There are some gymnasts who thrive when a competition is tough. She is undoubtedly one of them.
And she's talked about it. She wants to be the best, and she also wants to challenge the very best.
And she's somebody who's been very frank about the fact she has no problem with not winning when somebody is better than her. She's very competitive, but she recognizes when others have performed to a high level.
And she uses it as motivation. Yes, 3 times around, the Cossack spin. So this is the more difficult routine that she came here hoping to be able to do. What great calculation of strategy.
The reaction is the reaction of a gymnast who knows that their strategic gamble has worked. Has she managed to engineer some extra difficulty? Barbosu leads on 13.666. Derwal scored 13.466 in qualification. Yes, she's got it, 14.033. 3 extra tenths of difficulty. Blythe, exactly what you were talking about at the start. You identified those moments. She delivered. The challenge has been laid down to the reigning champion of Europe, Manila Esposito. Oh, my word. That is unusual.
It is one of the most ambitious mount sequences ever done on the balance beam. Normally she does round off back handspring, layout, step out, layout, step out. But you have to be so centered and square to the beam in order to get those acrobatic elements done. what she does display in this exercise is a smoothness and a fluidity and also an aggressiveness that's almost masked by the softness of her landings. A balance beam can be a tricky old affair, even for the very best.
Even the absolute finest have moments like that. Perhaps it does us good as people to see that she is not infallible when she so often looks infallible. Perhaps it gives everyone a reminder of the struggles that all gymnasts go through, even when they make it look so incredibly easy. But let us just remind ourselves, we're looking at a 6-time champion of Europe at the age of 18. And let's be kind and forgiving when it doesn't go so well.
The best can make you forget how hard gymnastics really is. And because she does this so flawlessly most of the time, it's rather easy to think that it's not difficult. But the reality is that it's incredibly difficult. And every now and again you come off. It happens.
Even to the bronze medalist from the Olympic Games.
Even to her.
Even to somebody who was part of an Italian team that appeared on an Olympic podium for the first time in that event since 1928. Nina Derwal will remain in the gold medal position. We have 2 more to come. .2, it is 6th position for Manila Esposito, the all-around champion of Europe for the 2nd consecutive event. Now, we go to a gymnast about whom we cannot say enough splendid things. Denisa Golgota has returned, and only about 6 months into a comeback has made the all-around final and the beam final at the European Championships. It is barely believable as an accomplishment, frankly.
She was the great Romanian hope after the Rio Olympics, building up towards Tokyo. She initially retired early in 2020, and about 6 months ago decided that she wanted to come back into gymnastics. And this is such a good example for all gymnasts who might have retired in their teens but felt afterwards that they had more to give. You can get your skills back, you can get your fitness back. Just because you're in your 20s or even your 30s does not mean that you can't be competitive.
Some lovely, unusual work as well in this routine. Nearly.
And again, this is just the beginning of the comeback. It's incredible that she's even in this beam final. And if this is what she's doing 6 months in, imagine what she's going to be doing after a year.
You have been enormously missed, Denisa Golgota. Welcome back to elite level competition. That will do very nicely for where she is at the moment, which already is beyond expectation. The goal is Los Angeles. That's why she has returned. She's got several years to get ready for it.
execution-wise, there's a newfound coolness and maturity to her work on balance beam that's really pleasant to watch. She's very calm.
That was so marginal. That loss of contact, that loss of balance.
Frankly, it's an incredibly difficult position to turn in. That's why it's so highly rated for difficulty.
I think her body language is indicative of the fact that this is a really positive experience for her, no matter what the outcome, no matter where she is on the podium. Exactly. See the respect there that those gymnasts have for her.
And it's also a nice demonstration of you fall, you go on. It's not the end of the world.
And it's far from the end of the road for Denisa Golgota, despite the fact that many thought they would never see her again. There were quite literal tears shed by fans upon her retirement. 12 is the score. The journey to Los Angeles has begun for Denisa Golgota. No change to the podium. Sterwal, Barbosu, Tonelli. 1, 2, and 3. 1 to go, and this is a gymnast who has been on a European Championship podium on this apparatus. Bronze in 2019, Laurette Sharpie, the 7th best in qualification, 13.366. She needs about a third of a mark more in this final.
And that was a beautiful start, round-off layout. Just a couple small wobbles on the back handspring layout series. What a smooth side aerial. What you're watching is a veteran's performance. She's putting her experience to very good use, just hanging on to each skill. That was important for her difficulty. Because of those 3 skills connected, she will get a 10th of bonus. Her dismount is big. Usually it's a double pike. Let's see if she can do it.
She is not just a veteran, she is something of the captain of the French team. The leader to which they all turn when things are tough. And boy, does she know about things being tough. How lucky they are to have Laurette Sharpie steering the ship.
Look how centered she is on the round-off layout mount. A beautiful beam work throughout. There were a couple of obvious deductions that may keep her off the podium today. But she's given it a great shot. This late in the routine, one of the highlights, front aerial split jump to immediate back handspring.
Another example, perhaps, Blythe, of incremental moments here and there, such as this landing where she takes quite a big step forward and is a little piked. Rather than any one major moment, just the sense, perhaps, of little things that will add up, perhaps too consequentially, as we get to a total score that needs to be in excess of 13.633. Let's find out, shall we? Derwal, 14.033, Barbosu, 13.666, Tonelli, 13.633. It's fifth place for Lorette Sharpie, 12.966. Nina Derwal has, for the first time ever, won the European title on beam. It's her fourth European Championship gold medal. And it's the best ever result by a Belgian on this apparatus. Bronze won by Sofia Tonelli, a great moment for her. And the silver to Anna Barbosu. Not just a wonderful moment for Barbosu, but for Romania, a 45th medal on beam at the European Championships. The classified results in the balance beam competition: bronze to Sofia Tonelli of Italy, silver to Romania's Anna Barbosu, and Nina Derwal of Belgium takes the gold medal. Her bold decision to put in an additional 3/10 of difficulty paid off spectacularly. We will bring you the victory ceremony in just a moment or two. It gives us the chance to look back at the best moments of this competition.
Bitte begrüßen Sie die erfolgreichen Turnerinnen. Please welcome the successful gymnasts.
The victory ceremony for the balance beam competition at the Leipzig 2025 Artistic Gymnastics European Championships.
Auf dem dritten Platz und Gewinnerin der Bronzemedaille. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Italy, Sofia Tonelli.
Huge congratulations to team champion Sofia Tonelli of Italy, who now takes bronze on beam. A wonderful debut European Championships for her.
In second place, the winner of the silver medal, representing Romania, Anna Barbosu.
That's 3 medals now at these championships for the Romanian Anna Barbosu. A silver on beam. A real high point of her championships.
Der Goldmedaille und Europameisterin 2025. In first place, winner of the gold medal and European champion 2025, representing Belgium, Nina Derwaal.
A second gold medal of these championships for Nina Derwaal of Belgium. After winning the uneven bars competition yesterday, she is now the champion on beam. Another wonderful example of handling the occasion. Evidence of why she is one of the most proven performers out there in finals.
And Xenia Rath, responsible project manager, Kinderjoy of Movie.
The second time at these championships, we will have the national anthem of Belgium.
Zu Ehren der Siegerin hören wir nun die Nationalhymne von Belgien. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able in honor of the winner, the national anthem of Belgium.
Belgium, one of 6 nations to win 2 gold medals at these championships. The medalists in the women's balance beam competition at Leipzig 2025. We'll go on with the action in just a moment. The parallel bars final is next. The men's parallel bars final at the 2025 Artistic Gymnastics European Championships will get underway with a Swiss gymnast, Ian Raubal. And the Swiss are one of the best nations in Europe on this apparatus. They've won 8 medals at the championships. Harald Vibia looks to become the first Norwegian to win a medal on this apparatus at continental level. Courtney Tulloch of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, third best in qualification. Britain's only medals in this event came in Germany in 2022. On the subject of Germany, here is the great German hope, Niels Dunkel. Germany have won 7 medals on the parallel bars at the European Championships, 3 of them gold. One of the greatest parallel bars gymnasts of all time, Ferhat Arujan, twice a champion of Europe. He also has a silver and a bronze medal. Leo Saladino, looking to become the first French gymnast for 15 years to get onto a parallel bars podium at the European Championships. Timo Eder, young hope for the next generation, 6th best in qualification. Ukraine have won the last 2 men's parallel bars competitions at the European Championships. Olly Benyaev is looking to win his personal 4th gold medal in this event. The last was in 2017. He was the 5th best qualifier. The finalists in the men's parallel bars competition at the European Championships, Ferhat Aruzhan of Turkey was the top performer in the preliminary round. His score was 14.4. It would be a 3rd European title for him if he can accomplish it. Now, the data for this is very, very interesting. There was a really strong display from Aruzhan, 14.4, top qualifier. Half a mark lower was the 2nd best qualifier, Ian Raubal of Switzerland. Then Courtney Tulloch, the 3rd best qualifier, 13.833. The gap between the 3rd best and the 9th best in qualification, 0.033. So just over 300ths of a mark separating Tulloch, the 3rd best, and the 1st reserve, Christopher Mezaros. Consequently, take everything I've just said about the qualification performance, write it on a piece of paper, tear that bit of paper into tiny pieces and throw it up in the air like confetti, because I'm not sure that it's actually that valuable information.
But what's clear is that this is really anyone's game. And it's an intriguing field, too, because you have people who we see all the time in parallel bars finals. Ferhat Aruzhan, certainly Oleg Bernyaev, an Olympic champion on this apparatus back in 2016, but lots of new faces. Ian Raubal of Switzerland coming in. Very interesting. And Courtney Tulloch as well, a veteran who's known for his performances on rings, on floor, on vault, but not always on parallel bars. So this is one of those anything can happen kind of finals.
We knew, I think, going into the men's vault final that there were 3 gymnasts very likely to finish in the top 3, and there was 1 gymnast very likely to push to get into the top 3, and that's exactly how the podium looked. This one feels like a much more open game. Ferhat Aruzhan is going to go 5th, so he's not in the first half of the final. How he deals with what can sometimes be an issue, which is leg separation on some of his more difficult skills, will determine whether he is or isn't a contender or even a favourite.
And as with all apparatus finals, you have to wonder if there might be upgrades in the offing, if we might see gymnasts who were slightly conservative in the opening round just throw everything that they've got at getting onto the podium.
If there is somebody we really have to watch for carefully, it's the last gentleman, Oleg Benyaev, whose execution was the lowest of any qualifier, so he has got room to significantly move up the leaderboard. Right, we're done with the hypothesizing. Let's see what's going to actually happen in what could be a very topsy-turvy sort of final. It's the parallel bars, so we'll be watching for good geometry, for cleanness of lines, for minimal adjustment with the hands, minimal pacing with the hands. And we'll be watching for those gymnasts who put a lot of single rail work into their routine to have high difficulty. It's been a real pleasure to watch Ian Raubal's emergence on the senior scene. This is his major debut, though he has competed at the Junior European Championships and the World University Games. 23-year-old, 2nd best in qualifying.
And in the last decade, you could make the argument that Switzerland has been most successful on the parallel bars. So there's a real tradition that he is trying to uphold here.
We're going to really watch for the stick bonus as well in this final. It could be hugely important. And he hasn't quite got it, which he did in qualification, Ian Raubal. That extra 1/10 of a mark the gymnasts can pick up if they do not move the feet on the landing, and they have secured full control of their final skill. A biomedical engineering student at Pennsylvania State University. He'll graduate next year.
And there was a nice pacing and fluidity in this exercise. Very nice difficulty as well. Saw a good Diamondov there. And this front somi, catching with his hands and pushing it right up to handstand. That's one of the key things to look out for on parallel bars. Do the gymnasts manage to finish in handstand and then freeze that handstand?
He's done ever so well, Ian Raubal, to overcome an appalling issue or series of issues with his back last year. Had to have a lot of time off. So a triumph that he's here. 13.766. Now that is a drop of only just over a 10th compared to qualification, but this might be the sort of final where it's very significant. Good display nonetheless. And yes, as Blythe said, the Swiss, they do love the parallel bars.
Representing Norway,
Harald Vibia of Norway, 7th best in qualification. A Nordic champion on many occasions and also a Northern European champion.
The clear hip mount has really grown in popularity since the Olympic Games. There's a real sense of smoothness to what he does, but that is a fall. Oh, and that hurts too.
You're right though, Blythe, he was just looking so graceful until that moment.
Graceful is exactly the word. This is the Makoots, and he just doesn't get his left hand around the bar.
He rather jabs the fingers into the bar.
And that can happen on parallel bars. Hand injuries, finger injuries are actually quite common. He's repeating the skill in order to get the difficulty credit for it. Well, this is just lovely.
He's such a beautiful gymnast, isn't he? Very graceful, the 25-year-old. That's really unfortunate that he had that loss of contact with the apparatus, because everything else around it was a treat to watch.
Oh, it's a routine of extraordinary potential. Here's the mount. Underswing, clear hip, straight up to handstand. And he has a particularly beautiful handstand position. Really, because he's able to point his toes very well.
Good quick recovery, considering that he undoubtedly felt some pain there. That was shown with his body language and on his face.
Jars the shoulder as well as the fingers.
So accomplished outside of gymnastics as well. He's a Master of Law from the University of Bergen. 12.866. Harald Vibia. Full mark down from qualification. But actually he was on course to do better than the preliminary round had he not had that fall.
Our next gymnast, third in the qualification,
Courtney Tulloch is next. He's somebody who just loves the atmosphere of a big competition. He thrives with a huge crowd. Third best in qualifying. Britain has only won 2 medals on this apparatus. They were both in Germany in 2022, a gold and a bronze.
There's real opportunity here if he can hit this exercise to potentially end up on the podium. That's a lovely skill. It's known as a bell, a double tuck between the rails, and that's a skill whose difficulty has increased with the publication of the new code at the beginning of the year, so it favors him. Dismount's very difficult.
Hands have gone down. Nearly, oh, so nearly. That's very encouraging, though, from Courtney Tulloch to see the quality of work on the apparatus, and he was in contention until literally the last split second.
And you have to give him credit, too, because that dismount is extremely difficult. There were no major problems at all in the interior of this exercise.
It's lovely, isn't it, in an international competition to see such a different skill set from Courtney Tulloch. We're used to his wonderful power and control on rings, and actually to see that grace and smoothness and fluidity of his work on the parallel bars, really lovely.
He puts it to good use on this dismount. You have to be powerful in order to even get it to that point.
Will still be Raubel in first place after the opening 3. But I think it's safe to say this competition is there to be won. Because we've had issues for the third best in qualification, just a little drop for the second best in qualification. And look who's coming next, by the way. It's a German gymnast who, despite being the 8th best in qualifying, was only a few hundredths behind him as the third best. He said, Courtney Tulloch, that he thinks the new code of points really suits him. He is confident it will bring out his best work. 12.866. The journey towards what would be an Olympic debut for Courtney Tulloch. Beginning in earnest, he's very focused on Los Angeles 2028. Niels Dunkel. 8th best in qualifying, but 13.8 would lead at the halfway mark. Good luck to him.
It's a very solid start. These underswing elements are important for him in establishing his difficulty. And the giant swings, also quite highly rated in the code of points. That was terrific. Front straddle, 1 1/4 turn, catching the bars with his upper arms.
You just wonder if today might be another great day in front of home fans at the European Championships for Niels Dunkel, the bronze medalist on pommel horse in Munich 3 years ago. He embraces a big occasion. He's a totally different gymnast somewhere like this compared to in the World Cup competitions in the regular season, when he's quite quiet, he doesn't react a great deal after his performances. You put him in front of the German fans and he starts to scream and bellow and pump his fists. He loves it.
He's had great preparation for this moment. This will be one of the highlights of his year. And clearly, he knew, as all the Germans know, that performing at home really lights you up. It's quite a different looking routine than many that we see in this final because of those giants and those underswings. That's how he gets the bulk of his difficulty. And then there's that too. The front 1 1/4 can be quite punishing on the upper arms.
And the challenge is how to still be that gymnast when you're hundreds of miles away from home at 9 o'clock in the morning in a qualifying competition for a World Challenge Cup event. That's the difficulty, because there's no doubt that when you put him in front of this crowd, he becomes a man who's about 5 feet taller. He seems to feel no nerves at all in front of 6,000 people, the bulk of whom are from his country. He's into the gold medal position, 13.9. The Dunkel dream is alive in Leipzig. He might just have done it again. Valbolt now second, Vibia third. Halfway stage. We've got one more German to come. Next, though, we have Ferhat Arujan, and he was the top qualifier by quite some margin. 14.4 was his preliminary round score. Blythe, if people are a little new to watching parallel bars, what should they be watching for with Ferhat Arujan that sets him apart?
Really, it's the skills that he does on one bar. There's a point early in his routine where he will do what is colloquially known as an English handstand on both arms on one rail and perpendicular to the bar.
I didn't know it was known as the English handstand.
It was. And also, with both him and this contender, Oleg Vernyayev, watch the way that they work into and out of their pirouetting skills. That's how they get a lot of their difficulty.
There it is, some of that single rail work. It's one of the things that actually, if one is less accustomed to watching parallel bars, you run the risk of not noticing, because naturally one's eyes go up to the handstand, the leg position of the gymnast, but follow the line of sight right down to the hands and you will see how often he has only got contact with one of the two rails. For parallel bars, he spends a lot of time on just one of them. It's incredibly difficult. Ferhat Arujan, the top performer in qualification, 14.4. Bronze medalist at the Olympic Games in Tokyo, twice the champion of Europe in 2021, and before that in 2020 in his home championships. Silver medalist again at home in 2023, and the bronze medalist as far back as 2019. He's been very close to a world championship medal too, fourth in Liverpool 3 years ago. He's had some issues over the years, and that extends into this season, with keeping the legs together in some of the more difficult skills. Occasionally there can be a separation, but it seems that in finals on the big stage he doesn't have that problem.
Exactly so. And if he does have that problem, it's going to be very evident, and it can be hard for him to keep his balance.
Let us find out. Here's the top qualifier, the two-time European champion, Ferhat Arujan.
Starts off right here. The underswing Diamidov. Gestütz. Notice he's walked in handstand. Every slight movement of the hands when the gymnast is in handstand will be about a 1/10 of a point deduction. There again, a little wild with the legs, and this is what we were talking about. That's the issue. You can't fault him for taking the risk. The underswing, switching his grip, and then his hips are way out of alignment, and mightily though he tries, there was just no saving that.
As any gymnast knows, when physics and gravity start to work against you, that's it. And they spend most of their lives, these athletes, combating the natural progression of gravity. Unfortunately for Ferhat Arujan, he will not feature on the podium on this occasion. A very difficult routine, the most difficult routine, or joint most difficult of anyone in qualification. Had some problems early on, sadly. All of that is very fine news for Niels Dunkel, who will remain at the top of the leaderboard.
This routine has served him well for so many years, and it continues to do so. Certainly, he is not defined by one fall.
We have 3 gymnasts to come. Their qualification scores, get ready for this, were 13.833, 13.8 and 13.833. And the lead is 13.9. So, yeah, Niels Dunkel, exactly. He must have heard what I was saying there. He knows how long a wait he's got and how tight it could be. Exactly, one of those days. You don't become a 2-time champion of Europe by accident. He's one of the best in the world. What we would expect is for Harold Wiebe to be the most vulnerable in terms of the podium, because he's on 12.866 in the bronze medal position. The others are right up there, close to 14, 13.766 and 13.9, Raubel and Dunkel. We've still got the women's floor final and the men's horizontal bar final to come before the championships are over. And it's wonderful to have you with us wherever you're watching from. Thank you for your company. .033. So no change. Saladino of France, 4th best in qualification, 13.833. That would get him virtually into the lead.
What this means for the latter half of this final is if you make your routine without a major deduction, you're almost certainly going to go into the top 3.
And Leo Saladino has done quite a good job of confounding qualification performances in finals of late.
This has been his championships. There will be a small deduction because that wasn't a particularly fluid sequence, the 2 parts of the Makuts. but he did so well. He's really taking everything to the maximum.
This gymnast is having a stunning championship. He was the 18th best in all-around qualification, and he won the silver medal. I mean, it's virtually unheard of.
And his good fortune continues in this exercise. There was a moment in the Makuts where it was really quite touch and go. He just squeezed his body and held the handstand. But on another day, he might have come off.
It's really interesting hearing his mum, Dominique, talk about him. She says that he is this very humble, very reserved young man. But if you get beyond the surface, what you will find is an extremely stubborn, determined, and highly ambitious young man. He describes himself as a complainer, as somebody, but in a very good way. He's always pushing to be better. He's always pushing for improvement. He's always a little dissatisfied in the way that elite athletes often are with themselves, because they want to get even better and even better and even better. Dunkel leads on 13.9, then Raubal on 13.766, then Wiebe on 12.866. This is the antepenultimate score to come in. There's a lot of camaraderie amongst these gentlemen, real respect. He is so nervous, Niels Dunkel. Everyone is right now. You can feel it. The crowd is on tenterhooks. 13.333 for Saladino, and that has guaranteed Niels Dunkel his second ever European Championship medal. It could get even better for the Germans. Timo Eder scored 13.8 in qualifying. If he gets that here, it'll be Germany 1 and 2 with 1 to go. Can you imagine?
And he could make noise at the top of the leaderboard with this exercise. Lovely Makuts. Adds a Healy turn out at the end of it. That increases the difficulty of the skill. Sharp Diamidov. And the uprise double front half out. Bang.
German jubilation in Leipzig. It's going fabulously for the host nation. Not to be upstaged by his more seasoned teammate, who's the first to congratulate him. The face of the new generation, Timo Eder. How very impressive.
Everything was shot straight to handstand in this exercise. And here, the Makuts, the gymnast, can't stop or hesitate in the middle of it. He does a very good job. And this dismount was just drilled into the ground. Double front half out. He has time to open out and go for the stuck landing. What a great routine.
In 2012, the last time the Germans won gold in this event at the European Championships. Leo Saladino has challenged his score. So this is what the superior jury is scrutinizing.
And when a score is challenged, they will rejudge the entire routine in order to make sure that the difficulty that's been awarded is correct. Right from the minute he saw his score, he didn't seem entirely satisfied.
No change, 13.333. Now to Timo Edo's score. Is it going to be Germany 1 and 2, you know? That's what they're dreaming of. Third place, nearly 13.7. He does pick up 3 penalty attempts. And that means that with 1 to go, Niels Dunkel is guaranteed at least silver. Now to Oleg Vernyayev. The 5th best performance in qualification, 3 times the champion of Europe. His qualifying score was 13.833. If he gets just 1/10 beyond that, he wins.
For more than a decade now, he has been brilliant on this apparatus. But just like with Ferhat Arijan, it is the one-armed, the one-rail handstand that gets the better of Oleg Vernyayev.
He knows now. He knows that he will be the first German since Marcel Nguyen in 2012 to be champion of Europe on this apparatus. Tricky day for Oleg Vernyayev, regrettably. Sometimes the toughest position to be in is to be coming into a final that is eminently winnable by your standards when you're the last one to go. Well, this is going to be glorious for the Germans, both of them on the podium. Oh, Niels Dunkel. Drink this in. Look around into the eyes of every one of your fans and know that you have earned your moment as the man in the spotlight, as the star of the show. Because so rarely has he been the star of the show. For so long, he has been a good team member. A gentleman in the background there to extend a hand, to put an arm around the shoulder, to congratulate teammates who are more famous than him. Now they'll write the headlines, and Niels Dunkel's name will be in them. If that's how he feels now, just wait until they confirm it. I mean, he knows, but he doesn't know. He's in that strange limbo. It's not quite real yet. The last score has to come in. Congratulations to Ian Raubal as well, the young man from Switzerland. We have a score. Eighth place for Oleg Vanyaev as expected. In Munich, 3 years ago, Niels Dunkel won a career-defining bronze medal on the pommel horse. Now he has made his name in Leipzig. He is the hero of Germany. He is the European champion on the parallel bars. For so long, the hard-working team member. For so long, the man who never took centre stage. Now, because of the parallel bars, he is unparalleled. It's the Dunkel dream. Bronze to Timo Eder, silver to Ian Raubal, and gold to Niels Dunkel on the parallel bars at the European Championships in Leipzig, Germany. Let's look back at another highlight for host nation Germany. We will now bring you the scenes of celebration for the German spectators.
The medal ceremony, Parallel Bars Final. Bitte begrüßen Sie die erfolgreichen Turner. Please welcome the successful gymnasts.
The victory ceremony for the men's parallel bars competition at the European Championships in Leipzig, Germany.
Auf dem dritten Platz und Gewinner der Bronzemedaille. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany, Timo Eder.
The winner of the bronze medal, Germany's Timo Eder. A fabulous moment for this 19-year-old in front of his home fans. First major international senior honours for him.
Representing Switzerland, Ian Raubal.
Now, in this story of great German success, we must not forget Ian Raubal of Switzerland. who could barely compete in 2024 due to a serious back injury. In his debut at the European Championships, he has won the silver medal.
The gold medal and European champion 2025, representing Germany, Nils Dunkel!
The Dunkel dream becomes reality. It's gold in front of the fans that love him so much. Thousands upon thousands cheer for him. Millions upon millions will read about him, will watch him on the news, will be following every moment of this. The streets will be packed with people chanting his name. At the Turnfest, he turns heads, he turns tricks, he turns fantasy into reality. And we will hear the national anthem of the host nation, Germany.
Darf ich Sie jetzt bitten, aufzustehen, wenn Sie die Möglichkeit dazu haben. Zu Ehren des Siegers hören wir nun die Nationalhymne von Deutschland. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able in honor of the winner, the national anthem of Germany.
The medalists in the men's parallel bars competition at the Leipzig 2025 European Championships. We'll bring you the women's floor final next. The last medal event for women at these championships. Don't go too far away. The women's floor final. We'll start with the reigning champion of Europe, top qualifier, Italy's Manila Esposito. The next gymnastica will be another Italian, Emma Fioravanti, who was on the podium at the Junior European Championships last year. Ming Gerardi van Eycken, 7th best in qualification. France, the 5th most successful nation on floor at the European Championships. Anna Barbosu, the bronze medalist at the Olympic Games. Romania is unsurprisingly the most successful nation on floor in women's competition at the European Championships. Jennifer Williams, 3rd best in qualifying, looking to become the first medalist for Sweden on floor since 1963. Ruby Evans of Great Britain, the 2nd most successful active nation on this apparatus at the European Championships. Karina Schoenmeier, the reigning champion of Europe on vault. And here is the all-around silver medalist, Spain's Alba Patisco, the 5th best in qualification. Elena Gomez was the last medalist on this apparatus for Spain. That was 2004. The finalists in the women's floor competition, and we'll begin with the reigning champion of Europe and the top qualifier, Manila Esposito. Anna Barbosu, the bronze medalist at the Olympic Games, was only 2/10 behind her in qualification, and will go 2nd in the order, or go 4th in the order, I should say. Very interesting things to ponder here. We're going to get a very good sense of the competition at the halfway mark, with Esposito going 1st and Barbosu going 4th. And we'll actually, Blythe, get a really clear sense after the opening performance as to whether the defence of the title is on.
Yes, indeed. Manila Esposito, she was wonderful in the mixed team final. She was fantastic in the all-around. And beam, however, here in apparatus finals have been more difficult. But floor exercise is really her forte.
If the gymnast's body crosses out of bounds during the routine, a deduction of 0.1.
We have Anna Barbosu, who is expected to be a contender. This young gymnast as well from France, Ming Gerardi van Eycken.
And don't count out Alba Patisco. She warmed up an upgrade to her tumbling. Her first pass is where we are likely to see it if she decides to use it.
Well, you can only imagine how confident she's feeling after that stellar all-around display that saw her win the silver medal, the first ever Spanish medal in that event at the European Championships. And she did that as the 5th best qualifier. She's the 5th best qualifier here. We've got the next generation coming through as well. Emma Fioravanti, the fireball as she's known, 15 from Milan. We really enjoyed commentating her at the Junior European Championships last year.
She's capable of lighting up an arena, that's for sure. And Anna Barbosu, the artistry of this routine is one of the things that makes it stand out. And speaking of artistry, in the new code of points, artistry deductions have been further defined. And so it's more important than ever.
Yes, the judges have to be extremely precise, don't they, in the adjudication of those artistry deductions. Here is the champion of Europe on floor, Manila Esposito, and she is also the reigning all-around champion, having won the title a few days ago. She has managed quite extraordinarily, going from being an up-and-coming gymnast to one of the most watched in the world and one of the best in the world in an extremely short space of time. She was actually really only thinking about the Los Angeles Games. Paris wasn't hugely on her radar. She has said it's taken time to actually process what she's accomplished. Well, she keeps accomplishing more and more.
The ever-surprising Manila Esposito. This is one of the most complete floor routines being done on the international circuit right now. And what I mean by that is the tumbling is excellent, but it's the way that she draws you in with her choreography, with her unique movements like that. And she's got a great connection to the music, as demonstrated in the opening sequence of that routine. She really takes quite a long time to establish herself on floor before she does her double layout opening tumbling pass.
It's going to sound like a rather strange thing to say this, but I don't remember individual tumbling passes in this routine. I remember a routine where she is constantly in movement, where she is constantly performing, and where there happens to be some of the world's best tumbling going on at the same time.
And that's one of the hallmarks of a great floor routine. It's not just tumbling and dance, it's a whole complete fluid set.
There will be quite a lot to untangle at the conclusion of this competition, because we've got some big contenders still to come, but she started the final off in some style. 13.7. It's only 1/10 down from qualification. A minor drop in execution. That could be good enough to retain the Championship of Europe. Now all of the contenders step up to try to beat it. Starting with her own teammate, Emma Fioravanti, who's only 15 and who won the silver medal at the Junior European Championships last year. The Italian women's team took the gold medal right at the start of these championships, and she is a huge part of that. The next generation sounds like a strange thing to say when she's being applauded by her teammate who's only 18 and is clearly both the current and the next generation, if you know what I mean. But here we're seeing the next wave come through with Fioravanti.
What a crowd pleaser. And this opening tumbling pass is just great. Very unusual front layout to immediate double front tuck. And she does a wonderful job of keeping her knees together throughout both of the somersaults. And she can tumble backward just as effectively as she can forward. Double layout second pass. And this was actually one of the highlights, the Cossack turn, triple spin all the way around. Very impressive indeed. Where she has yet to gain is in some of the maturity of her movements. And there is a deduction for artistry for lack of complexity of movement. And it wouldn't be surprising if at this stage in her career there is a small deduction applied, but make no mistake, she is very well on her way.
Yes, it's a really positive start from Emma Fioravanti to her senior career. Her execution score in qualifying, 7.633, was the lowest of all of the qualifiers, but she's made an improvement there, 13.233. The execution is up by 1/10. Italians have concluded their campaign. Now the contenders. Mingaradi Van Eycken of France, 7th best in qualification, 13.166. That was a fine recovery after a worrying-looking opening tumbling pass for the young French gymnast Mingaradi Van Eycken.
But when she gets this opening pass right, it is going to be phenomenal. She took a calculated risk doing it here. Let's take another look. One of the very few in the world to even attempt this. It's a double twisting, double layout, and she's quite piked in the air. She doesn't have enough juice to get it around at this stage, but it's very encouraging that she's opted to do it. You have to try it sometime, and she's not far from getting it at all. When she does, it's going to make this routine very dangerous.
And clearly, if she's doing it in an international competition, it's because she's doing it successfully enough in training and in domestic competitions to be confident that there's a pretty high likelihood of success.
Oh, absolutely. Certainly in training. She and her coaches will have had plenty of discussion about whether they do this today, knowing that with an element like that, which is, again, so difficult, it might not go entirely as planned, but that's okay.
Tumbling from then on was most impressive from the French gymnast. Twice a European Championship medalist already from her debut championships a year ago. Very keen to go to the United States of America to study and to compete as a collegiate gymnast. 12.2. Esposito remains in the lead after 3. But this is where it could get very interesting. The bronze medalist from the Paris 2024 Olympic Games, Romania's Ana Barbosu. She scored 13.6 in qualifying. How can something be so peaceful and so powerful all at once? So poised, so elegant, and so full of explosivity. Only Ana Barbosu knows the answer to that. And she did score 13.7 in the all-around final. 13.7 is the leading mark. Blythe, let's enjoy breaking this down.
Oh, well, you have to start with the artistry. She floats through this as though she is ported on a cloud. The music, the choreography, it suits her so well. And it's the sort of exercise that makes you think of mist and candlelight and just all of these wonderful soft things.
That's exactly right. It is very soft, and yet at the heart of it is tumbling that is full of steel.
Really razor sharp, yes. And the landings were great in here as well, particularly her final pass, the double tuck. This was her 2.5 to front layout with a full twist. Again, very nearly stuck that.
There were some little landing adjustments, weren't there, here and there, that will result in some small deductions, maybe some form imprecision in flight.
Yes, but these are quite small things. It's just a beautiful routine from start to finish, and one that's well appreciated by this crowd.
Many of the same qualities as Esposito has, that sense of overall holistic performance. Oh, that's huge, 13.833. The execution score, the best that we've seen so far. She is in the gold medal position. The gymnast who dominated the Junior Championships of Europe in 2020 might be about to take her first senior European crown. The reigning champion is now in the silver medal position. If you were not aware before this of why Anna Barbosu is so popular among gymnastics fans, you have just discovered it. She's got an enormous, I was going to say cult following, but it's not really a cult following because it's bigger than a cult following, it's just a following.
It's a general following.
Yes, exactly. I don't know if there's a term, general following, but just invented it. Best of fortune here to Jennifer Williams of Sweden, who had a tough time as the top qualifier on beam, but she's a real contender for a place on the podium in this floor competition. She was the third best. Solveig Ekman Andersson won silver in this event in 1963, the only medal for her nation at the European Championships in women's floor. Once again, some beautiful work. Once again, a really tricky time for Jennifer Williams, a stylish gymnast from Sweden. There's a lot to reflect upon as she departs these championships. Some real positives in terms of how impressive she was in qualification to put herself into very real medal contention in two apparatus finals. That alone is a triumph. And now the really important bit is going to be having those reflective conversations, those sports psychology-based discussions about the final itself and maybe the complexities that come with it, of the big crowd, of perhaps being nervous. Only she knows what she's experienced going into these finals. It's not for want of trying, it's not for lack of effort, it's not for lack of ability. It's all there, isn't it? It's all there. And we really hope that it will come together in time, because she still has time very firmly on her side. The athletes themselves having the reflective conversations, that's so important as well. They get time to talk with each other and share the experience of being at a major championships. Regrettably for Williams, it's 11.933. Now there's a chance here for Ruby Evans of Great Britain, who's a very strong performer on floor. She is the reigning champion of Wales. 13.266 in qualification was the fourth best. If she gets that, she goes into the bronze medal position with 2 to go. Something has happened to Ruby Evans. She's gone from being a tumbler to a performer. And this routine, which is very new, by the way, a matter of weeks old, has been making waves among everyone in British gymnastics.
She and her choreographers have done a stellar job at constructing a routine that is more than an exercise. It's a whole mood. From the moment that her head comes up at the beginning of the routine, you get a sense that you're in for something very special. And exactly as you said, Olly, there has never been any question about her tumbling capability. She's extremely powerful, and her execution of skills like this, the double layout, is just beautiful. But floor exercise is more than just the tumbling, good as it is. And this routine checks the boxes for artistry as well as the tumbling.
She had a moment, we just saw it there, where you wondered if the feet were actually going to skid slightly as she landed, and she stabilized it incredibly well.
And that will just be a small deduction. But it's just lovely how she emotes from beginning to end. The use of the head in particular is very effective.
It's a very exuberant routine. It's a fun routine. It's a very playful routine. It has absolutely got theatricality in its performance. Performed by a gymnast who looks very comfortable having 6,000 people watching her on floor. As a result, Ruby Evans, with no great surprise, has gone into the bronze medal position. 13.433. there are two very good gymnasts to come on floor. Karina Schönmeier, 6th best in qualification and the new champion of Europe on vault. Two gold medals at our home European Championships. That'll do very, very nicely for Karina Schönmeier. I want to talk so much more about her as a gymnast than the time that we actually have to do it, because we've got to get on with the rest of the competition, but she's had a very tough journey, actually. She's not had the easiest time of things personally. She did for a long time have to train in a gym, and it was out of choice because she enjoyed being there as part of her training base, but in a gym where there wasn't actually enough distance to have a full vault run-up. So she had to start outside and then complete the run-up, and she's gone from that to being the champion of Europe.
With talent, with dedication, and with real panache. There's a lot of personality in this floor exercise. And indeed, no matter where she finishes in the ranking for this apparatus, it has been a magnificent European Championships for Karina Schönmeier.
And this perhaps was something of an emeritus performance from Schönmeier. It was the farewell to the crowd. There was an obvious delight in going out there and performing in this way, having already accomplished an enormous amount. Barbosu leads, then Esposito, then Evans. Interestingly, Ruby Evans has challenged her score. The difficulty score is the same as qualification. We're looking back at the floor routine here of the British gymnast Ruby Evans. We have received notification that an inquiry has been made. And while we have this brief pause in the competition, it gives me the chance to tell you all that you are invited to watch the European Championships of Rhythmic Gymnastics, which are happening next week. Please do take a look on the European Gymnastics website to find all the details of the competition. We're on our way to Estonia after this for a competition in the beautiful capital city of Tallinn. If you are more of an artistic gymnastics fan and newer to rhythmic, please do be part of it. Please watch. It will be well worth it. You can find coverage details on the European Gymnastics website. You can find lots of Karina Schönmeier fans everywhere you go. And Andreas Tober is coming up next in the horizontal bar final in what is going to be a very emotional retirement. No change to Ruby Evans' score. .966. She's in 5th position. What a great championships for Karina Schönmeier. So Anna Barbosu is guaranteed at least a silver medal. We have one gymnast to come. 13.233 was her qualification score. 13.433 holds bronze. It's the all-around silver medalist, Spain's Alba Petisco, and this is so full of performative quality. You know, I think winning that silver medal in the all-around competition might possibly have put Alba Petisco in a good mood. She looked as though you could have played the music for 5 hours and she'd still be out there tumbling with no sign of fatigue. How good was that?
That was a warrior's performance. Right from the beginning, she draws you in with her theatricality. There's a real sense of an unfolding story throughout this routine. And the unfolding story of her tumbling is her new first pass. It is a Chusovitna full twisting double layout. And this is the last pass, the double pike. But she'd been competing a full twisting double tuck before this, and she has added the layout for the final. It will increase her difficulty. And the second pass as well, the Arabian double front, was just wonderfully stuck. Four tumbling passes, all of them double saltos. A knockout performance, one might say.
Evans, Esposito, Barbosu, bronze, silver, gold. What now, though? Oh, she's got another medal. 13.566. Alba Petisco gains 3 extra tenths of difficulty and gains another European Championship medal. For the first time, Anna Barbosu of Romania is a senior champion of Europe. It concludes a phenomenal competition for the Olympic bronze medalist on floor. Esposito gets another medal. She takes second place and wins silver. Alba Petisco wins the bronze medal Manila Esposito wins the silver medal, and Ana Barbosu of Romania wins the gold medal and completes a full set of colours at the European Championships of 2025. Commiserations to Ruby Evans, who just misses out. Let us look back at a wonderful competition. In fact, let's not. We're going to go straight into the men's horizontal bar final instead. No time like the present. Let's get moving. Robert Tvoregal, the top performer in qualification, the champion of Europe in 2020. Noah Seifert of Switzerland, second best in qualification, looking to win Switzerland's 4th gold medal in this event. Joel Plata of Spain, the last Spanish medalist on this apparatus was him in 2022. Marios Ioriou of Cyprus, the champion of Europe in Munich 3 years ago and the bronze medalist last year. Christopher Mészáros of Hungary, the 8th best in qualification, looking to win their first medal in this event since 2018. David Vicenic is bronze. Bidding his farewell to elite-level gymnastics, Andreas Toba, the 6th best in qualification and the silver medalist in 2021. Adam Arsil, bronze medalist in 2021 and the reigning all-around champion of Europe, and also the joint gold medalist on the rings. A great gymnast to watch on this apparatus, the reigning junior champion of Europe and the 3rd best in qualification, Anthony Monsard. The finalists in the men's horizontal bar competition. The top qualifier, Robert Tvoregal, will get us started, and there will be a very special moment when Andreas Toba of the host nation Germany bids farewell to international competition. We are about to begin the warm-up. Lots to look forward to. It will be interesting to see what that gentleman, who's just trotted off to get ready for his warm-up, produces. Noah Seifert, the 2nd best in qualifying. He was fabulous in the preliminary round, but he put his hands down and put a medal out of reach right at the conclusion of the all-around final.
On his very last skill, a skill that he has performed for several years now, the triple back somersault as a dismount. And so, obviously, it will have been an enormous disappointment for him, but he has a chance for redemption here. And this is going to be a high-flying final, so buckle up, because it could get very interesting. Horizontal bar, of course, the marquee thing on this apparatus is the release skills that the gymnasts perform, and several of these finalists will perform many of them. Up to 5 are allowed in a routine, so long as at least 2 of them are connected. And it's the release skills that get you the big difficulty, that puts you in contention to make the podium. So really, almost everyone in this lineup has something spectacular in store for us.
Just to look at it from the contrary point of view, because we all focus on those beautiful release and regrasps, what should we be looking for in terms of the intricate close control?
Well, that's a very interesting point you bring up, because most of the gymnasts in their routine do some Stalder work or a Takemoto skill, like we just saw from Joel Plata, where the feet come near the bar and then there's some kind of turn usually, and you have to try to hit the handstand position as closely as you possibly can. If you are more than 15 degrees out of handstand as you finish, you will receive some form of deduction. If you are egregiously out of handstand, You could even see that you don't get any difficulty for that skill. And of course, execution just as paramount as difficulty. The code is very well calibrated in that way, and so things have to be done cleanly, and that means really with straight legs, with pointed toes. Releases should be caught ideally with the arms completely straight, the body fully extended. And it's those small things that can really make a difference on horizontal bar.
We also have the interesting factor of the bonus that gymnasts are eligible for should they secure a landing without movement of the feet, the stick bonus. He did that in qualification. The extra 10th was his reward. He was one of only 2 to do it. Robert Tvorgal, the history-making Lithuanian, champion of Europe in 2020, the first from his country to accomplish such a feat. He has twice been the silver medalist as well, including last year in Rimini. He's been the European Games champion. He is a 3-time Olympian. He was 18th on the horizontal bar in Paris. This is a gymnast who excels on this apparatus. He mostly trains abroad, often in Poland, but he has also trained in France to really practice on the Olympic equipment. He hasn't found great equipment easy to come by in his career. He has it now at home, but he said 10 years ago was probably when it was most essential, when he was really developing his craft. So he's had to travel the world to become better skilled as a horizontal bar gymnast using the right equipment. He's also spoken a lot about his coach and how they're great friends. And that wasn't the case early on. His coach has been wonderfully reflective and said, I actually had to become a better coach of him because I was making him more stressed. And ahead of 2019, when his big rise came into being, Tvorgal's coach changed his methodology to actually lower the intensity level mentally at big competitions. It's worked.
He and his team have clearly paid close attention to the new code of points. This is a new routine on horizontal bar for him. He's always been known for his high-flying Kachev release skills. So far, this is everything that the judges want to see. New dismount to triple back.
It's a very good start. That is a very good start from Robert Tvorgal. It will be interesting to look at the landing again and just see the clarity of that, because he did drop quite low down, but some beautiful release and regrasp work.
And more than just the release and regrafts, you're right, they were stunning. But the pirouetting skills, very near the handstand in everything he does. There's the stoop in, the Takamoto with a full turn, and he was clearly within 15 degrees of vertical. This one was the best one yet, the talk half. You can even see how it pauses his swing ever so slightly before he goes into the releases. It's a very fine routine, this. We're going to get another look at the dismount. Triple back tuck. The knees slightly apart. And let's see where he is on the landing. Now, the hips don't go below the knees. That would be the trigger for 0.5 of a point deduction. But there is going to be some landing deduction, yes.
That landing wasn't as low as I thought it was. When you look at the replay, it's interesting how well controlled it is. Qualification score 14.066. won the gold medal at a recent World Cup event in Bulgaria, showing that his preparation has been very strong ahead of these championships. He's actually said that where he feels fear as a gymnast is when he has to learn a new move. It's not when he's competing. He's actually only really nervous in training. And that's such an interesting perspective to get, because in so many ways it's the inverse of what you would expect an athlete to feel. Being in front of a crowd like this doesn't impact his mood at all. But learning something new, that gets the butterflies going. 14.3 is an excellent score. 8.9 for execution. That is going to be extremely hard to beat. It would be a shock if that doesn't get onto the podium. We really do wish the best of luck to Noah Seifert, who's had the full extremes on horizontal bar at these championships. The greatness of his qualification performance and the near greatness of his all-around performance, where his hands went down at the end and his place on the podium disappeared.
Now, that will count as a fall. Even if he had not opted to come down and elected just to kip out and continue the routine, he would have incurred a significant deduction. And perhaps from his point of view, it's just worth it to reset.
You could see the palpable look of disappointment on his face. He is a gymnast, and we've already talked about this in the women's competition, who has come into the finals in a very high-scoring position, and the burden that that might put on somebody psychologically.
Nice Coleman in combination, however. There's the piked Kovac.
I mean, his work is beautiful.
It is. No question about that. And then, oh.
How heartbreaking it is when somebody does that degree of quality after an early struggle on an element that probably 99 times out of 100 he breezes through. And there will be time for reflection for him as well, to look at this from a sports psychology point of view, to look at what has gone so well in qualifying and what has gone less well in the finals.
He's eminently capable of bringing in huge scores, not just on horizontal bar, but on every apparatus. And it is so frustrating when you give your best performance in the qualification and then you just can't seem to get it right in the final.
There are gymnasts who over the years have said with frustration after a competition, why could I not just do what I did in the warm-up in the competition itself? My warm-up was perfect. In the training gym, why were there no judges there? Why was nobody watching me then? It was perfect. And in gymnastics, which is such a short sport in terms of your time actually on the floor, you just don't have the opportunity for things to go wrong and then right again. Other sports have different challenges. All sports have different challenges. In tennis, you can start the match really dreadfully for the first 10 minutes and you can still go back and win it. Gymnastics doesn't give you that opportunity. .066. From an execution point of view, he was on course to go better than qualification, but that full mark lost, unfortunately, will likely have him out of contention. Europe knows how good he can be on this apparatus. German fans especially know it. In Munich 3 years ago, Joel Platter was the bronze medalist on the horizontal bar. He was the 5th best in qualification here.
It's a beautiful way to begin the routine. The one-armed giant. But his legs come apart on the Takemoto half, and it's questionable whether he was within 15 degrees of the handstand position.
And that's sadly now the least of his concerns. A full mark has gone. Well, it might be one of those rather peculiar horizontal bar finals coming up.
There's real hesitation, actually, in grabbing the bar. Perhaps he thought it was one place and it was another. There's just no room for error.
Horizontal bar finals are like this. It is a very all-or-nothing kind of event. And I just think a little human context is important here, because this is nothing compared to what Joel Platter's gone through in the last several years. It looks dreadful, but he knows what dreadful is. He's experienced dreadful, and he's come back fighting. There isn't really much that needs to be said about that, Blythe. It just wasn't his finest moment, and that's okay, that happens.
And he's had so many fine moments on the European stage. Gymnastics is hard. It's a simple statement, but every now and again, we're reminded of that. And sometimes, especially with a skill like a Cassina, it just doesn't go your way. He'll go back to the gym, work on it, find out what the problem was, and resolve it. It's as simple as that.
Three gentlemen, one of them very content, the two pondering what might have been. And the one that is very content has experienced that along with both of them. He knows all about it not going well, Robert Tvorogel. He had a rotten time at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. He said he spent the entire games thinking about the horizontal bar, to the extent where his all-around performance was badly impacted, and then he didn't produce what he wanted on the horizontal bar anyway. .166. Joel Platter in third place, but unlikely to remain there. It's going to be really interesting to see what we get now from Marius Ioriu, who's been playing his season very cleverly. He went to the World Cup in Egypt, where he has a huge following, saying that he was just there to develop experience, to get ready for the big competitions later in the year. This was the first one, obviously, that he identified. He won a silver medal. He went on to get a silver medal and looked a little more compelling in Bulgaria. How is he when it comes to the European Championship final?
The Takemoto full was very nice. There's the same with the half turn. Winding up for one of his big releases. It's a Cassina, the same thing we just saw from Joel Platter. He'll do another variation, the Coleman.
got the crowd in the palm of his hand here. That's brilliant from Marios Iorgu. I am not at all surprised that he thrived in that environment, because he said at the World Cup in Egypt that he loves it when there's a big crowd and he's on horizontal bar. He said every noise that they make when he makes a regrasp gets him more fired up and adds swing to his routine. He can almost feel them pushing him through the routine.
It's an interestingly composed routine. He's got big pirouetting skills and then very difficult release moves, beginning with this Casino, the full twisting double layout over the bar. And when it comes to his dismount, however, it's one of the least complicated things in the routine, just a full twisting double layout, but something where he can really go for an excellent landing. And in a final like this, that might be a great strategy. .766 in the preliminary round for the all-around champion of Europe last year and the horizontal bar champion in 2022. Second place, 13.866. He might well be another medalist, or once again a medalist in Germany. It's Tvorgal, Iorgu and Seifert, 1, 2 and 3. You get the sense with Marios Iorgu of a very sensible gentleman, of somebody who understands the ebb and flow of a gymnastics season and how to get yourself ready for the big competitions. On the subject of ebb and flow, the tide is about to go out for that gentleman in his elite level career, as we look at somebody who's barely starting their elite level career in Anthony Monsard. We've got Christopher Mizados next, and then afterwards, frankly, we won't be able to hear ourselves think in the arena, because Andreas Tober is going to bid farewell to the sport. He's picked his home championships to make that happen. And he will deserve every bit of noise that the fans give him. So thank you very much, all of you, all over the world, for being part of this great experience of the Leipzig 2025 Championships, and for joining us for the final stages of play. The men's horizontal bar final is set to conclude over the next 4 routines. To a gymnast who was wonderful in the all-around competition. Christopher Mizados of Hungary, the bronze medalist. A triumph for him. Anything now is a bonus. The last Hungarian to win a medal on the horizontal bar at the European Championships was David Vicenic, who took bronze Glasgow in 2018. Mizados has been a World Cup champion on the horizontal bar. He can do some very nice work on this piece. And although he was the 8th strongest qualifier, this is the kind of final where, well, things happen and people go up and down the leaderboard. Excellent piked Kovac. Very close, however, on the Coleman, bends his arms palpably as he regrasps. He's such a well-calibrated athlete. Really, all around the gym does not have a weak apparatus.
They had some very beautiful moments. The performance of Christopher Metzaros in what has been a stellar European Championships for him, the all-around bronze medalist. Now, there was one quite problematic regrasp there with, as you say, bent arms, close to the apparatus.
On the regrasp, the judges, if they feel the arms are really bent, can take up to 3/10 of a point. And so you can see as he goes through this, bits of execution just being chipped away, really quite close to the bar. Layout Kachev was better. Still might incur maybe 1/10 of a point, something like that, because it's not the ideal position.
Geht auf jeden Fall mit einem strahlenden Lächeln aus Leipzig wieder nach Hause mit dieser Bronzemedaille im Mehrkampf. Christopher Metzaros.
Forregel, Georgiou and Seifert. One suspects a change is coming. No surprise that he goes into the bronze medal position. Christopher Metzaros, 13.533. Seifert dropping down into fourth place. A career will come to a close in Leipzig as we look at the silver medalist on this apparatus from 2021, Andreas Tober, the hero de Janeiro.
Lovely Takamoto full. A half turn in combination and a very good regrasp of the Coleman. Airy, flighted Kachev skills. The dismount will be a double twisting, double layout. It's imperative that he have a good landing.
And so it ends. But it ends as it has been throughout, with them in love with him having given them everything in return, with his heart, with his soul, with his body on the line for his nation, for his teammates, for his fans. And it ends as it should have ended, with him upright, with him immobile, with him impossible to knock off his feet. When injury came along, when disaster seemed to strike, he would not go down. And so the final picture is the right one. It's Andreas Tober on his feet, fighting with his last breath. "34 years old, 4 Olympic Games, almost 30 national championship medals, a European Championship medal on the horizontal bar. He might be about to get another one! 14! Rio de Janeiro. He may be seen one more time. He may be about to climb onto the podium. The gymnast who tore his knee ligaments on floor at the Olympic Games in Rio and still competed on pommel horse to get his team into the final. Adam Asil of Turkey, bronze medalist from 2021. Two gymnasts from his nation have been medalists on this apparatus. One of them must never be forgotten, Ahmet Şemilog, bronze in 2008, the gymnast who in many ways started the Turkish gymnastics revolution.
The European all-around champion up on horizontal bar. That was terrific. He's shown real palpable improvement on this apparatus during the last couple of years. There's more difficulty, and it's far better executed than he once did. Nice combination of Kachevs.
What a championship, and what a champion. Adam Asil, the all-around gold medalist and the joint rings champion. He looks as pleased as punch with his performance in Leipzig. Gymnastics needs a happy Adam Asil. It's just better with him around.
And he has every reason to look pleased after this exercise. The things that we talked about during the warm-up, he demonstrates pirouetting skills to handstand, very nice amplitude, regrasping the bar with straight arms. A daring Kachev combination sequence, and finally a double twisting, double layout dismount with just a small step on the landing.
He just looks so thrilled. I think for Andreas Tober now, this is about to be the longest bit of his entire career. The next two routines and this score to come in. Really good effort, 13.633. And that has confirmed for Andreas Tober at least a bronze medal. Oh, what a way to depart. So we have one more to go. What a nice way to finish. We've just been celebrating the end of an era and the departure of Andreas Tober. And we now finish with the face of a new generation, with the reigning junior champion of Europe on the horizontal bar. The circle of gymnastics life.
Turn your eyes to the future and gaze upon Anthony Monsard. He's going to show us why there is such buzz about him. Right on top of the bar. And not just the pirouettes. He's got wonderful release skills. How smooth that Coleman was. And again, with the Kachev. Amplitude, the extension, the flight. And again, he started with a handstand skill, a pirouette that ended in handstand. And that's where he goes towards the end again. Such versatility, just his dismount.
We've seen the future, and it's wonderful. Anthony Monsard. Oh dear. That is absolutely a contending display. Just beautiful, smooth gymnastics.
The technical acumen of this young man is outrageous. and it comes through in almost all of the 8 skills in this exercise, the execution score is going to be very high. I'm not sure, compared to Tvoregal, if he has the difficulty to challenge for gold right now. But if this is where he is right now as a first-year senior, well, you can just imagine the possibilities.
He was wonderful in the all-around competition too. Very close to a medal. Tvoregal, 14.3. Toba, 14. Yoryu, 13.866. Monsar in qualification, 13.766. So we've got a dramatic finish on our hands here.
European champion, 2025. On horizontal bar.
13.966, a bronze for Monsar. And Robert Tvoregal is the champion of Europe again. For the second time, he's the top man. And Andreas Toba departs the European Championships and ends his senior elite level career as a silver medalist once again. How, Andreas Toba, how did you control your emotions going into that final? Because now it's all welling up, now it's all hitting him, obviously. He's being whisked away to talk to German television. He'll be talking to a lot of the media for a long time after that. But goodness knows how he kept that in check. The classified results in the men's horizontal bar competition. The bronze medal to Anthony Monsar of France, the junior European champion from last year. Just ahead of him, silver medalist Andreas Toba of Germany, and the champion of Europe for the second time, Robert Tvoregal of Lithuania. We've got 2 ceremonies to bring you now. The women's floor and the men's horizontal bar.
Und ich möchte auch nochmal Danke sagen, Leipzig, für diese tolle Stimmung. Das bleibt den Turnern unvergessen.
Leipzig 2025, Siegerehrung, Finale, Boden der Frauen. Women's Artistic Gymnastics European Championships Leipzig 2025, the medal ceremony, floor final. Bitte begrüßen Sie die erfolgreichen Turnerinnen. Please welcome the successful gymnasts.
It's now time for the victory ceremony in the women's floor competition at the European Championships of Artistic Gymnastics, Leipzig 2025.
Auf dem dritten Platz und Gewinnerin der Bronzemedaille. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Spain, Alba Petisco.
Spain's Alba Petisco, the winner of the bronze medal, her second medal at these championships. A brilliant championships for her. Perhaps a career-defining one.
Second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Italy, Manila Esposito.
Manila Esposito, the winner of the silver medal at championships, which has seen her win 2 gold medals.
Auf dem ersten Platz Gewinnerin der Goldmedaille und Europameisterin 2025. In first place, winner of the gold medal and European champion 2025, representing Romania, Anna Barbosu.
For Anna Barbosu, it is a full set of colours at the Championships of Europe. And it's the one that she really wanted that comes last of all. A gold, and it's gold on floor.
Anka Grigoras, European Gymnastics Women's Technical Committee President. Orna Shai, European Gymnastics Women's Technical Committee member. Und Armin Schuster, State Minister of the Interior of Saxony.
We will now have the national anthem of Romania.
Sollten Sie jetzt noch sitzen, sich von Ihren Plätzen zu erheben. Zu Ehren der Siegerin hören wir nun die Nationalhymne von Rumänien. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able in honor of the winner, the national anthem of Romania.
Lovely moment for Anna Barbosu, perhaps enhanced by the presence of Anka Grigoras presenting the medal. The medalist in the women's floor competition at Leipzig 2025. Yes, what an honour to not just win the Championship of Europe on floor, but to have it presented to you by Anka Grigoras, silver medalist at the Olympic Games in 1976, a World Championship medalist, a European Championship medalist, and the president of the Women's Technical Committee, the real Romanian gymnastics great.
2025 Siegerehrung Finale weg. Men's Artistic Gymnastics European Championships Leipzig 2025 Medal Ceremony Horizontal Bar Final. Bitte begrüßen Sie die erfolgreichen Turner. Please welcome the successful gymnasts.
The victory ceremony for the men's horizontal bar competition.
Auf dem dritten Platz und Gewinner der Bronzemedaille. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing France, Anthony Mosin.
A great prospect for the future. Anthony Monsard of France, the 18-year-old, wins the bronze medal at his senior European Championship debut.
Silbermedaille. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Germany, Andreas Thoma.
Thank you and good night, says Andreas Thoma. He leaves with the love of Leipzig. He leaves with another medal at the European Championships. Silver for the 34-year-old four-time Olympian. Silver for the Rio de Janeiro.
Lithuania, Robert Tvorgal.
From the moment that the final started, it was clear that Tvorgal had set an extremely high benchmark. He was the first to go. His score of 14.3 was unbeatable.
Tom Tingvold, European Gymnastics Vice President.
Will be just the second time that we have heard the Lithuanian national anthem play at the European Championships of Artistic Gymnastics. And on both occasions, it's been in the honour of Robert Tvorgal.
Meine Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie bitten, sich von Ihren Plätzen zu erheben. Sollten Sie die Möglichkeit dazu haben, zur Ehre des Siegers können wir nun die Nationalhymne von Litauen. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able, in honor to the winner, the national anthem of Lithuania.
And there they are, the medalists in the men's horizontal bar competition. at the European Championships of Artistic Gymnastics, Leipzig 2025. And so the time has come to say goodbye to Leipzig. Championships where 9 nations have won gold medals. 3 for Germany, 2 for Great Britain, 2 for Italy, 2 for Armenia, 2 for Belgium, 2 for Turkey, 1 for Romania, 1 for Greece, 1 for Lithuania. Medals also won by Switzerland, France, Hungary, Spain, Bulgaria and Ukraine. 15 nations in all. A wonderful advertisement for the great sport of artistic gymnastics and the great gymnastics continent of Europe. Thank you so much for your company from Leipzig. It's been a pleasure having you with us for the course of these championships. Joining me was Blythe Lawrence. I've been Olly Hogben saying farewell until next we meet.